Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back in the Global Youth Cricket League. It is day number 5, and we have the USA Chargers up against the Saisia. I have both the captains and the umpires with me. Sai will spin the coin. Tails is the call, and tails it is. So, Karan, you have won the toss. What would you choose?
We'll bat first.
Any particular reason?
Yeah, the pitch looks really great today, so we're just gonna put our boys out there and see how they do.
Well, an important game still. You need to finish as high as possible.
Yeah, of course, every game is an important game. We don't take any game lightly, so yeah, we're gonna go put our best foot forward and try to win this game as much.
All the best for your game today. So, Sai, what would you have done?
No, I would also, like to bowl. So our decision was to bowl first.
So, a good toss to lose.
Yeah.
Any particular score you want to restrict them to?
Like under 220, 200 is like good for chasing.
All right, all the best for the game today. So the news from the center is that the USA Chargers have won the toss and elected to bat first. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome back in the Global Youth Cricket League. It is day number 5 and a very important encounter here between the USA Chargers and the Saisia. Well, the USA Chargers have won the toss, elected to bat first, and surprise, surprise, no Sundaraj. It is U1 to open the innings along with Sohan Bhatia. Here we go then, ball number 1. And nicely defended straight away. A perfect start this for the bowler and also for the batter.
हाँ ये साइड छोटा है
And this time it struck the pad. Half a shout by the wicketkeeper. So a couple of dots to start with. Well, it is the other pitch that is being used today. So the leg side from this end will be the shorter one for the right-handers. And maybe they will enjoy this a bit more. Especially the hard-hitting U1 opening the innings here. We might expect a lot of fireworks today. This time he drives. A very good looking shot, but for nothing. Went straight to the fielder. Showing some class there, Sohan Bhatia. Well, both the sides have played extremely well in this tournament, but have been very unfortunate to lie down in the table. It's 5th against 6th, and both of them have an opportunity here to finish in the top 4. And this time slightly short and picked away. And picked away nicely by Sohan Bhatia. It's gone away to the boundary. It's the first runs of the bat. An excellent shot by Sohan Bhatia. Beautifully picked up behind square on this leg side. And he kickstarts the innings for the USA Chargers. So it's going to be Aryan to continue in this over number 2, and will be interesting to see how does Yuan face up against the new ball. The man with the green pads. Well, he scored an excellent half century out there at the Musgaon Cricket Club the other day, almost pulling off a miracle. But other than that, it's not really worked out for him in this tournament. And you would expect him to give it a final go at this. No Sundaraj today, and a huge surprise playing the hard hitting Yuan at the top of the order. This time he gets a single of the very first delivery. A bit of a misfield out there by the fielder. And it brings Sohan Bhatia back on strike. Now the shorter side is the offside. This time a wide delivery by Aryan. Not quite on the money there. And he will have to reload on his second delivery. This time slightly better inside the tram line, and Sohan Bhatia once again just lets that one go. This time an outside edge, and it's past the fielder out there at the gully region. And the ball will race away to the boundary. An excellent delivery that. And finding a thick outside edge, almost carrying to the fielder, and almost the first breakthrough. But instead, the fortune favoring the brave. A boundary for Sohan Bhatia. Once again, a drive, but this time out there at deep extra cover. This time Aryan just missing his run up. And once again we'll have to reload. And this time just past that outside edge. So wanting him to drive, he found that thick outside edge on one occasion up against Sohan, and this time trying up against Yuan. Bowling that outswinger outside the off stump in hope for an outside edge. Well, it has been a decent start by both the sides here. Once again, he drives an excellent shot, and this time he's found the gap. An excellent cover drive, that one by Yuan, making full use of this power play. And that will close out the second over. At the end of the second, now it is 15 without a wicket, and both the openers are starting to look very good here. Pandey continuing here. And this time an edge. And it won't quite carry to the slip fielder. And the ball will once again trickle away to the boundary. That's the fourth boundary of this innings already. A fast start this for the USA Chargers. Well, the intentions are clear. Well, not quite very intended on this occasion. But he
Once
gets the
again,
boundary
trickle away to the boundary.
nonetheless.
That's the fourth.
Didn't quite swing at that one because he knew had he swung at that one, it would have been carried to the slip fielder there. In the end, he did well, Sohan Bhatia. Continuing to bowl that excellent line here. Well, they do have a very solid bowling attack here. The Saisia. This time he leaves it alone. Knows exactly what the intentions of the bowlers are. This time will be a wide delivery just outside the tram line. Once again played on the offside, this time straight to the fielder at the gully region. This time wanting to pick it up on the leg side. A huge appeal by the wicket keeper. But maybe just finding an inside edge onto the pad. Well, a much better line on that occasion by Deshpande. As they continue to search the opening wicket here. And this time played on the offside. So it brings Yuan back on strike. Well, Sohan has done bulk of the scoring and faced the bulk of the deliveries so far. And once again, it struck the pad. Huge appeal, and it's been given. And that's the first one down for the USA Chargers. Well, the ploy to open the innings with Yuan has not quite worked here. An early breakthrough for the Saisia, and it's Deshpande
Once
who
again,
struck the pad. Huge appeal, and it's been given. And that's an excellent delivery once again. Not quite the wide one on this occasion. And struck
And
right
once again,
in
struck
front.
the
And an
pad.
easy
Huge
decision in
appeal,
the
and
end
it's
for the
been given.
umpire. And it's 21 for 1 now, the USA Chargers at the end of the third. So Advik comes in here at number 3. Another change in the batting lineup. It's not the occasional Soham Arora. Once again, nicely bowled and nicely defended as well by Sohan. Maybe time for him to take a foot backwards after losing his first partner. Once again, getting the middle of the bat. Superbly bowled once again by Aryan. Keeping things nice and tidy. And this time it drives and drives superbly well. That's the shot of the day so far. An excellent cover drive once again. This time it was Sohan. A shot he will keep on admiring for quite a while. Superbly well. That's the shot of the day so far. Superbly struck in the end and getting another 4 runs. Will he continues to showcase the talent that he has here, Sohan Bhatia. This time shot and picked up on the leg side. Another boundary. This time playing it over the infield. And back-to-back boundaries here for Sohan Bhatia. This time nicely shot and picked up on the leg side. Another boundary. And making full use of this time playing it over the infield. This time an excellent comeback by Aryan. So at the end of the 4th over, now it is 29 for 1. So for the first time, Advik on strike in this game, coming in here at number 3. A new role for him today. Well, how would the Saisia love another one? This time Advik drives and a bit of a misfield. And they will come back for the second as well. Good running between the wickets. The fielder does well to get across. He had a long way to move towards his right. Well, an outstanding venue this, the PJ Hindu Gymkhana. It's the third of the five games played here by the USA Chargers, winning one, losing one, and into the third over here. Would be hoping to replicate what they did in game number one. This time it struck the pad once again. A huge appeal, but hitting above the knee roll. The height was always going to be an issue. This time just nudged on the offside. And this time it's been picked up by Advik. And he's played it into the safe region where there's no fielder out there. One bounce and into the fence. And the first boundary for Advik, and he would be hoping that it's first of many. Well, the intentions have been clear here by the USA Chargers, wanting to get those quick runs. And they are out here in a different mood today. So once again, already 6 of the over, one more to come. And this time past that outside edge. So a dot to end the over at the end of the fifth. Now it is 35 for 1. Of the over with a wide here, Aryan. So Sohan at the moment at 22. And once again he drives. But this time he finds the fielder out there in the deep. Couldn't quite get the gap there. This time Advik plays it straight to the fielder at point. This time picked up behind square, and another boundary here for Sohan Bhatia. This time going down the ground. In fact, it was Advik with that shot, an excellent shot down the ground, playing it over the fielder at mid-on, and another boundary. This time played in the gap on the offside. Once again finds the fielder out there in the deep, Advik. So back comes Sohan Bhatia on strike. Well, he has shown some classical shots so far. And this time in classical forward defense. Holding the pose as well after that. One for the cameras. And once again hit down the ground. That's an excellent straight drive by Sohan Bhatia. Well, continuing to play those quick runs. They're playing as if it is a T20 game out here. And at the end of the sixth over now, it is 46 for 1. A superb start this for the USA Chargers. So Deshpande continuing here. And once again, Advik has lifted that one up. And he's gone over the infield once again. This time, a couple of bounces, and once again, it just trickles away to the boundary. And that boundary will also bring up the 50 for the USA Chargers in this seventh over. Well, that's the third time he's taken the aerial route, Advik. And he's middled it on every single occasion. And once again picked up. This time he's not got the middle. And he's gone. Well, that is the issue when you try to play those aerial shots. You miss time one and not quite able to middle it. And went straight up and an easy take out there for the fielder in the deep. And that's the second one down for the USA Chargers. And it's 50 for 2. And another one for Deshpande. So in comes Ishan at number 4. Well, the USA Chargers, they are in a decent enough position, but they have lost a couple of wickets. Maybe a wicket too many that they would have liked. 50 for 2 in the 7th over. Well, Ishan has shown a lot of steadiness in this tournament so far. He has stuck around when needed. Someone who intends to play the long innings. This time just past that outside edge. So a couple of dots to end the over. An excellent one for Deshpande. Once again, a successful one at the end of the 7th. Now it is 50 for 2. Arav Gupta continuing here in this over number 8. A change in the bowling. So the final over of this power play. Just the 5 more deliveries left, and maybe Sohan must be thinking to take the aerial route, but he's seen another partner going back to the pavilion and might get a bit risky as well for him. Once again, he drives and he's beaten the fielder and he's placed it perfectly in the gap once again. It has been an exhibition so far by Sohan Bhatia. Another boundary for him. How good is he? Well, he scored a couple of half centuries and he's missed out on a big innings on both the occasions. Maybe today is the day for him. This time, nicely punched off the back foot. So, respecting the good deliveries. This time, a swing and a miss. Pretty rare in this innings by Sohan Bhatia. Well, whenever his intention has been to hit, he has connected and connected ever so well, but not on that occasion. Well, he is really an asset to have in your team. An excellent wicket keeper batsman. It always is an asset when your wicket keeper can open the innings as well. This time plays it straight to the fielder. And this time he's picked it up. And he's picked it up ever so well once again. It's gone all the way on this occasion. That's the first six of this innings. And he is looking better and better after every single delivery is Sohan Bhatia. That will make it 10 of the over. And at the end of the eighth, now it is 60 for 2. So Deshpande continuing into his fifth over now. Up against Ishan. Well, Ishan is someone who will give Sohan to give Sohan the license to go big because he is someone who is going to just knock the ball around, not take any risks. This time nudged on this leg side, but straight to the fielder. Yet to get off the mark here, Ishan. And this time picked up by Ishan. And he gets a boundary. He gets off the mark in some style here. Very unlike Ishan that just picking that one up over the fielder inside the circle on this leg side. Well, it seems as if they have finally settled in now in this tournament and playing that positive cricket. And once again picked up by Ishan. And once again he will find the boundary. This time a fuller length. And given the treatment. So a couple of boundaries to kickstart here for Ishan. And even he is growing in confidence now. This time nudged on the offside for a single. So it brings Sohan Bhatia back on strike, who struck that beautiful six through the offside in the previous over. This time just defends that one. So a dot to end the over. And at the end of the ninth, now it is 69 for 2. Arav continuing. Arav, who took those 4 wickets up against the SKCA in the very first game. A man of the match performance in the very first game would be liking to replicate, but he's not got the best of the starts. He's conceded already 10 in his first. And this time he is up against Ishan. And this time cut away. But he will find the fielder out there at third man, just a single. This time played straight to the fielder on the offside. Once again, cut away, cut hard, and once again he beats the fielder. Another boundary for him. Well, everything he's touching is turning to gold here for Sohan Bhatia. Once again, a perfect shot, and no chance out there for the fielder once again. This time played straight to the fielder and gets that single. And this time played in the air, chance of a catch. And what a beautiful take that is. Well, he hardly had any time to react to that one. But it's Ishan who's perished, and a wicket for Arav. That's the third one gone for the USA Chargers. An excellent, excellent take out there in the deep. And it's 75 for 3 now at the end of the 10th over. So it's going to be Amruta to bowl here in this 11th over. A right arm medium pacer. And in comes Aditya Narayanan at number 5 with his side in a good position, but maybe in a spot of bother as well, losing those 3 early wickets. And these two would be wanting to consolidate here in these middle overs. Once again, tucked away on this leg side, gets the single. Once again, superbly bowled. Well, right on the money on the very first 3 deliveries. And she's getting a lot of pace as well off this wicket. 3 consecutive singles conceded. Once again, played on this offside. The fielder will cut that one off. So Sohan at the moment on 44, closing in on another half century. This time nicely driven, but the fielder cuts that one off. Once again, it tries and once again straight to the fielder. So just the 4 runs of that one. At the end of the 11th, now it is 79 for 3. So Arav continuing the man of the match of the first game. This time right on the money up against Aditya Narayanan. This time an outside edge and it's given. That's another one for Arav. And all of a sudden the USA Chargers are 4 down here. And Sohan Bhatia is running out of partners here. 79 for 4 and a second breakthrough for Arav. Superbly done once again. And nicely taken by the wicketkeeper. So Soham Arora comes in at number 6. Well, usually coming in at number 3. This time demoted lower down the order and has an opportunity to prove himself once again. And once again, he's been partnered by Sohan Bhatia. An excellent delivery once again. This time he drives, but straight to the fielder. Well, these two need to stick around here for a while. Can't afford to lose any more wickets for at least another 10 to 12 overs. Otherwise, they will be in huge danger of being bowled out. Although they do have a very strong batting lineup, they bat all the way down to number 11. And once again, just past that outside edge, a huge appeal once again. And the umpire not interested. It looked to be very close. So a maiden wicket at the end of the 12th. Now it is 79 for 4. Amruta continuing here in this over number 13. How would they live another one here? The Saisia. Well, they bowled out the SKC in the very first game for just 117 and trying to replicate that by taking those early wickets, but they have conceded a lot of runs. Once again, driven by Sohan Bhatia. Again, couldn't quite find the gap. Once again, rise. Once again, straight to the fielder. A bit frustrating that one for Sohan Bhatia. Not quite able to find the gap. This time slightly short and picked up. And an excellent shot by Sohan Bhatia, but he finds the fielder out there in the deep. Just a single. So a bit of a change in the field for Soham Arora. this time cut away, but straight to the fielder out there at short third. Good to see the levels being matched up by the bowler as well. And once again played straight back down the ground. And just the one run off the over. And at the end of the 13th, now it is 80 for 4. Runs coming off that one. And at the end of the 14th, now it is 86 for 4. So Amruta continuing here in this over number 15. 2 overs, just the 5 runs, and this time he's placed that one in the gap. Sohan Bhatia, he was searching for that gap for quite a while up against Amruta, and he's found it on this occasion. Another boundary for him. And he just keeps on moving ahead. Sohan Bhatia in this innings. Not really bothered by the wickets that have been lost at the other end. This time played straight to the fielder at mid wicket. Once again driven, and once again straight to the fielder. This time hit straight down the ground, but the fielder at long on will cut that one off. Won't quite get the boundary on that occasion. Once again, a very good looking shot. He's high on confidence here, Sohan. Another excellent length delivery. This time played straight to the fielder out there in the deep on the offside. So 6 runs coming off that one, and at the end of the 15th now it is 92 for 4. Well, I beg your pardon, the score is 93 for 4 and not 92. And finally, we are going to see some spin here for the Saisia. Nice little start this, starting off with the dot delivery. This time nicely pushed away on this leg side, but will only get a single. And this time a thick outside edge. And the ball will race away to the boundary on this occasion. No slip fielder out there. Had there been a slip, that would have been another one down. But instead, it's gone away for 4 runs. Another boundary for Sohan Bhatia. That's the second time he's got a boundary of an edge. This time played straight to the fielder. This time played on the leg side, slightly away from the fielder. Gets across for a single. So this partnership building nicely now for the USA Chargers. And this time picked up perfectly over the fielder at mid-wicket. And into the fence it goes. Another boundary. It's the second one of the over. And for the first time, Soham Arora with the boundary for himself. And that boundary will also bring up the 100 for the USA Chargers at the end of the 16th. Now it is 103 for 4. So spin from both the ends. It's Rajveer who is going to continue now in this over number 17. Time for some left arm off spin, and maybe it will be the angle that will help him up against the two right-handers, Sohan and Soham. Well, this partnership is a very good one for the USA Chargers. It has been throughout this tournament. Both of them complement each other extremely well. We have seen that before, and they are continuing to do that here. And straight away, just past the outside edge. This time slightly short, but the mid-on fielder gets across and just a single. This time slightly uppishly and a misfield out there at the boundary line. Will go away to the boundary. So that wasn't needed at all here for the Saisia. A mistake there by the fielder will give him a boundary. This time cut away. Once again, protection out there in the deep, just a single. Well, these two have added 30 more runs now. Ever since the wicket of Aditya Narayanan. And this time swept and swept very well by Sohan Bhatia. Another boundary for him. That's the second of the over too. Beautifully placed on this leg side. No square leg fielder and taking full advantage of it. And it is the shorter side as well. So already 10 of this over. And once again played in the gap. And once again he beats the fielder and finds the boundary. Excellent over this for the USA Chargers. 14 coming off it. And at the end of the 17th now it is 117 for 4. And these two are going along very well now. So Rudra continuing, wanting to cut that one away, Soham. Very close to finding the outside edge. Coming around the wicket to the right-hander. This time cut straight to the fielder, out there at point. Once again straight to the same fielder. So 3 consecutive dots. This time he sweeps, but there is protection out there. Just a single. This time an excellent front foot defense. So just the one of the over. It has been an excellent one by Rudra. Can he close it out? Well, an excellent piece of fielding once again. Well, she's kept it down to a dot delivery there, Amruta. Once again, superbly fielded. And just the one run of the over at the end of the 18th. Now it is 118 for 4. And this time it's played in the air. Chance of a catch. And he's taken it. An excellent take. Well, he had a lot of ground to cover there. And he's done superbly well to judge that one. And they have lost half their side here. It's Rudra with the catch. And a wicket for the left arm off spinner, Rajveer. And Soham Arora departs. He was looking set and now has to go back to the pavilion. 118 for 5 in this 19th over. So in comes Yug Nanavati at number 7. Well, they have got another wicket here. The Saisia breaking another partnership. That 5th wicket stand for 43. And Soham Arora is a huge wicket. And Sohan Bhatia, another partner lost. He has been there at the crease since the start of the innings, 70 or 58 for him. But he's craving for some support here. Can Yug Nanavati provide that? Well, once again, the USA Chargers find themselves in a hole where they can't afford to lose a wicket for at least a few overs from here on. But they have been continuing to go at a good rate, though. A couple of dots to start with for Nanavati. Once again, superbly bowled. So, four consecutive dots. And once again, a huge appeal. And the umpire not interested at all. Everyone went up as soon as the ball was caught by the wicketkeeper. So a maiden wicket for Rajveer. And at the end of the 19th, now it is 118 for 5. Well, after every single wicket, you would start to think that maybe Sohan will try and change his intentions. Well, it's not quite happened in that fashion. This time, a slight misfield by the fielder at mid-off will allow them to get across for a single. An opportunity for Rudra up against the new batter Yug Nanavati. Well, continuing to take wickets at regular intervals here, the Saisia. Still a plenty of batting left though. They also have Abdur Rahman coming in and also Karan Anand who can whack in a few. So struggling to get off the mark here, Yug Nanavati. An opportunity for the Saisia to try and apply some more pressure on the new batter. And once again played straight back to the bowler. And this time wanting to take the quick single and a throw in by Amruta. Not quite on target. A bit risky on that occasion, but he gets off the mark finally, Yug. Once again, just the 2 runs of the over so far. And once again, played straight to Amruta. It will stay at 2. With one more to come. This time hit straight as an arrow. And another boundary for Sohan. Well, he's not taking any steps backwards. He's moved on to 75 with that one, continuing to look very good. And at the end of the 20th now, it is 124 for 5. appeal and another wicket for Rajveer. And Yug Nanavati, who was struggling out there, departs here. Just the one run for him. And another one for Rajveer, the left arm off spinner, struck right in front. No hesitation for the umpire to give that one out. And another one gone, and another partner lost here for Sohan Bhatia. It is 124 for 6 now, as Abdur Rahman comes in here at number 8. In comes Abdur Rahman, who scored a solid half century on Friday. Coming in here at number 8 with his side in huge trouble here. A couple of dots to start with. So no freebies offered at all, and continuing to apply that pressure. Right on top here now, the Saisia looking for another one. That's 4 consecutive dot deliveries. He's closing in on another maiden wicket. Is Rajveer. This time punched off the back foot and stopped nicely, and a maiden wicket once again for Rajveer. Another over comes to an end, and at the end of the 21st now it is 124 for 6. So Rudra continuing. Well, we talk about batting partnerships. How about this one for bowling partnerships? Rudra and Rajveer. Well, Rudra from one end applying pressure by not conceding many runs, and Rajveer amongst the wickets. Once again hit hard, and once again nicely fielded by Amruta. And this time the ball just stopping on the pitch. Not quite able to pick that one up, Sohan. And he gets a single. Moves on to 76 with that one. And this time played behind square. And he's played that one very well. The chase is on. And the ball wins the race. That's gone away to the boundary. A boundary for Abdur Rahman. He gets off the mark in some style here. Well, a kind of a premeditated shot in the end. But he's done really well to get those 4 runs, playing that one behind square and past the fielder. And once again, he's eyed for that similar area. This time, might not find the fence, but he will get a couple of runs and he gets it quite comfortably. Well, he is a classy little lower order batsman, isn't he, Abdur Rahman? He's someone who can really stick around. This time played back to the bowler. So a dot to end the over. And at the end of the 22nd now, it is 131 for 6. So Rajveer continuing. This time played straight down the ground by Sohan. This time played straight to the fielder. Once again drives. So they have reduced the number of risks here, taking just those singles along the ground. Once again, nicely driven, but straight to the fielder. Once again, nicely driven out there in the deep. So another over comes to an end at the end of the 23rd. Now it is 138 for 6. Once again, hit hard, and a bit of a misfield once again will allow Sohan to take another single. What an outstanding innings it has been so far by Sohan Bhatia. So he started to bowl a bit of a fuller length here, Rudra. This time gives away a single up against Abdur Rahman. Well, he's bowling those Yorker lengths. The last three deliveries have been the similar ones. Trying to do something different. This time straight to Amruta. Once again, getting across and superbly fielded once again. And she's kept it down to just one. So just the three of the over. And at the end of the 24th now, it is 141 for 6. So Rajveer continuing here in this over number 25. And this time he will get the single, Sohan Bhatia. He has played some really good shots, hasn't he, Sohan Bhatia, today? And the boundaries seem to have dried up now for quite a while, especially after losing that 6th wicket. This time played towards the deep square leg fielder. Once again, just continuing to play it along the ground, trying to rebuild and keep some wickets in hand for the final few overs. Trying to make sure that they spend their time out there at the crease for quite as long as possible. Once again, a fuller length and driven in the gap, and will go away to the boundary. So an excellent shot on this occasion by Abdur Rahman, and a boundary to end the over. At the end of the 25th now, it is 146 for 6. Siddharth continuing here. A change in the bowling. Comes in for his very first over. This time tucked away on the leg side. This time hit hard by Sohan, but once again straight to the fielder. Not quite able to find the gap. Once again trying to find that gap through the offside, but straight to the fielder at mid-off once again. Once again hit hard along the ground. This time he will get that single. So at the end of the 26th now, it is 149 for 6. This time played uppishly and it's past the fielder and will go away to the fence. A much welcome boundary this for Sohan Bhatia. It's been a while since he's got one and he's moved on to 85 with that one. 89 in fact. Superbly struck once again along the ground and closing in on that century. Once again punched on the offside and an excellent effort once again in the field by Amruta. She has been everywhere inside the circle. This time nudged on this leg side. Moves into the 90s now, Sohan. And once again, this partnership looking really good. And this time played nicely along the ground and he's beaten the fielder out there at mid wicket. And another boundary. This time it's Abdur Rahman. That's the second one of the over. Superbly struck. And this is turning out to be an expensive over here. And this time played in the air and over the fielder inside the circle. Another boundary for Abdur Rahman. That's the third one of the over. 14 of this one already. And still one more left. All of a sudden, once again, starting to get those quick runs. And this is an excellent recovery by these two. Abdur Rahman continuing the form that he showed on Friday, and once again he's played it in the air and over the fielder at mid-on. Another boundary, 18 runs coming off that one. A huge over at the end of the 27th. Now it is 167 for 6. So Siddharth continuing here. And once again, superbly hit, but this time will be cut off by the fielder there at long off. Moves on to 91 with that one. Closing in on that triple figure mark. This time swept by Abdur Rahman, and the fielder does get across. He had a long way to move across to his right, and he does really well to keep it down to just one. Once again, played on this offside. And this time a reverse sweep attempted and an appeal for a stumping. Well, the umpire is never going to give that one out. Very difficult for the umpire. This time played back to the bowler. Well, Abdur Rahman continuing the form that he showed on Friday. Once again, nicely driven along the ground. So at the end of the 29th over, now it is 170 for 6. Well, still plenty of firepower left in this batting attack. They have Karan Anand and Sundaraj yet to come after these two. And putting themselves in a very good position here, the USA Chargers. And this time a misfield. And the ball will race away to the boundary. Very unlike Saisia on that occasion. They have not given away many extra runs here. This time they do. And this time he sweeps and sweeps ever so well. It's gone away for another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries here for Abdur Rahman, turning the heat on here. Well, it seems like maybe the onslaught has started for them. This time it struck the pad, a huge appeal. But the umpire not interested, maybe just angling down the leg side, given as a leg by. So just the one run of the over so far, and one more to come. And played in the air by Abdur Rahman. The fielder is getting across, won't quite be able to get underneath it. And the ball just trickles away to the fence in the end. So that will spoil the over for Siddharth. 5 coming of that one. And at the end of the 30th now, it is 186 for 6. And the umpires have called for drinks. So just the 10 more overs left, and this time picked up by Sohan straight away after the rings break. And he moves on to 98 with that one. Well, a boundary for him. It's been quite a while since we have seen a boundary of his bat. And just a couple of runs short away now from that century. The century that he craves. And this partnership is now worth 72 as well. Going along beautifully for the USA Chargers. This time played back to the bowler. This time played along the ground, finds the fielder out there in the deep, moves on to 99 with that one. And this time swept by Abdur Rahman. Will it carry? Yes, it does. Excellent take out there by the fielder. And finally, they have broken this partnership. And once again in cricket, we see a drinks break and then a wicket. And that's the 7th one down. And another wicket for Rajvi. That's his 3rd one of the day. And it is 191 for 7 now. A well-made 41 by Abdur. 41 of just 31 perishes. So in comes Karan Anand at number 9, the captain. Well, he needs to stick around here along with Sohan. Played straight to the fielder on the offside. Once again, just knocked that one on the offside in the gap, but straight to the fielder. So a couple of dots to end the over at the end of the 31st. Now it is 191 for 7. So then we are into the over number 32 and Sohan Bhatia on strike. What an outstanding innings it has been so far. 99 of 93 for him. Closing in on that century. Well, he scored a half century in the first and the third game, and now in this 5th game, another outstanding innings. Well, he's played superbly on every alternate innings, and he's missed out on a couple of occasions on making those half centuries into big ones. This time, a huge opportunity, just a runaway up against Siddharth. And he's played that one in the gap. And that is his century. 100 of just 94 deliveries. What an outstanding innings it has been by Sohan Bhatia. A well-deserved century. A moment of individual brilliance out here. He has been at the crease right from ball number 1. And he's truly deserved it. And his father will be a very proud man today. Well, a kind of a muted celebration though. He knows that he needs to stick around for the rest of the overs. So Karan Anand yet to get off the mark. And this time a swing and a miss. wanting to go for the sweep shot. A huge gap out there on this leg side. No square leg once again. There is a deep backward square leg now. This time a wide outside the off stump. So asking Karan to think a bit more about it. And this time picked up down the ground. He gets off the mark and the chase is on. The fielder does get across. He's done really well to stop that one. And coming back for the third one as well. Good running between the wickets. But the throw wasn't quite the best one. And Karan Anand very quick to understand it. And he gets a 3 to get off the mark. So now then, Sohan Bhatia, he's got his 100. Does he accelerate now? Well, he's not got too many partners left. He's lost 7 of them. And this time played along the ground. And once again, Amruta gets across. And just a single. So at the end of the 32nd over now, it is 198 for 7. Well, in fact, there's one more delivery still left. And this time swept and he finds the fielder out there at deep backward square leg. So a single. Now the 32nd over comes to an end. At the end of the 32nd now it is 198 for 7. So back to the Pacers. Ishan Deshpande continuing, who took a couple of scalps early on. 2 for 29 in his 5. He's got 3 overs left. And this time a wide delivery to start off with. Well, Karan Anand hasn't quite fired with the bat in this tournament so far. And a big opportunity for him. He's got quite a few overs left from here on. Can he get some crucial runs here for his side? Well, the USA Chargers scored 268 in the very first game, which was enough up against the Pristine Sports right at this venue. And then they scored 262 on Friday, which wasn't enough up against the SKCA. And would be eyeing something in that region once again to try and defend in this one. Not quite able to get the connection that he wanted on that occasion, Karan Anand. This time a low full toss and once again a misfield will allow them to get across for a single. That single will bring up the 200 for the USA Chargers. 200 for 7 in this 33rd over. With 7.5 more overs left, they would be wanting to play out those 7.5 overs. And on the other end, the Saisia would be wanting to attack, to try and attack and get those last 3 wickets and remove them, dismiss them cheaply. This time Sohan Bhatia going for the ram shot, and the fielder does extremely well there at fine leg. He saved certain 3 runs there. It was very well executed by Sohan Bhatia, but the fielder matching to that one. An excellent contest this between bat and ball. This time not quite able to get the middle of the bat, gets across for a single. And this time he went on the back foot and he's picked that one up and picked that one up for a maximum. A huge 6. And Sohan Bhatia, well, it seems like he's had enough and he wants to go for the big shots in these final few overs. This time breaking the shackles up against Ishan Deshpande. And they're going along very nicely now here, the USA Chargers. This time played straight to the fielder, and a good call in the end by Karan to send Sohan back. So a dot to end the over. And at the end of the 33rd over now, it is 208 for 7. This time picked up by Karan Anand, and he gets a boundary. So back-to-back boundaries here. A 6 of the second last delivery of the previous over, and now a 4. 10 runs coming over the last 3 deliveries. And Siddharth will not enjoy that one up against the number 9. This time played along the ground. And Karan doing the smart thing of bringing Sohan Bhatia back on strike. And this time swept. Once again trying to find the gap out there on the leg side. And they will come back for the second. Once again, good running between the wickets. This time attempting a reverse sweep, and he's gone. Well, not sure exactly why has he done that, Sohan Bhatia. He did the exact same thing in the previous game. Whenever he goes good, he starts to do something different, and he's lost his wicket. That's the eighth one down for the USA Chargers. 110. What an outstanding innings it has been. But he will be mightily disappointed with the way he's got out. Totally unneeded. And that's the eighth one gone. It is 215 for 8 now, the USA Chargers. So in comes Sundaraj at number 10, demoted down the order. Well, he's demoted so down the order that he's come in here at number 10. Well, he has a job to do on his hands. What can Sundaraj provide? Well, straight away he's played it back to his partner, and a direct hit by Siddharth would have sent Karan walking back. And that could have been a big blow, but instead Sundaraj gets off the mark. An excellent straight drive. Very unfortunate that he hit his own partner. Well, he is a classical little batsman, isn't he, Sundaraj? He plays those expansive shots. This time cut away by Karan, but good bit of fielding once again. This time it's Rudra. So that will end the over at the end of the 34th. Now it is 216 for 8. A successful one for the Saisia. So 214 for 8. I beg your pardon, 216 for 8. And Ishan Deshpande continuing. And Sundaraj will fancy himself up against the pacer with just the 6 more overs left. But he needs to stick around as well. They need to try and play out the 6 overs. Nicely driven. And he gets the single and brings his captain on strike. Well, a very unknown territory this for Sundaraj, a batsman who has opened the innings for every single game, coming in here at number 10 in a very difficult situation. Not sure if he should go for it or if he should stick around. Very difficult for a young batsman like him who is just 15. This time he's hit that one high in the air and the fielder gets underneath that one. Well, Karan knew it the moment he connected that one that he's not quite got the middle, and that's another one gone. And Ishan Deshpande gets his third, and it is 217 for 9 now. The USA Chargers still a plenty of deliveries left in this innings, and once again Karan Anand misses out with the bat. Just the 11 for him. It's just not been his tournament with the bat. 217 for 9 now after 34.2. And in comes Suraj at number 11 once again. Well, when we spoke to Sai during the toss, he said 220 would be enough, and 217 for 9 is the score. Can they restrict them to the 220 that they wanted? Well, Suraj comes in here at number 11. He's no mug with the bat. He can toink a few. Plays it straight down the ground on the very first delivery. Almost getting underneath him. A Yorker length. So what do these two do now? Do they try and play out the 40 overs and stick around, or do they go for the glory shots? 218 for 9, 33 deliveries left, 33 singles gets them to 251, which will be a very competitive score. Another single taken. Well, Suraj knows only one way how to go with the bat. He scored 18 or just 4 deliveries in the very first game. In the second game, he got out for a duck, and then in the third game, he got 3 boundaries as well. And this time, a low full toss and a catch dropped. That should have been taken. That should have been the end of the innings. But instead, Surat survives. Very lucky on that occasion. It was a straightforward catch there for the fielder at mid-off. Well, it is a very difficult situation out there here now for the USA Chargers. Once again, picked up in the air. This time, one bounce and into the hands of Amruta. And another single taken. So at the end of the 35th now, it is 220 for 9. So Siddharth continuing. And he starts off with a wide delivery. This time wanting to nudge it on the leg side. And an appeal for a stumping. And the umpire has given that one not out. Well, the wicketkeeper was very confident. Well, Suraj is a very tall man. And maybe he just had something behind the line. Well, very difficult for the umpire to give that one out with the naked eye. And once again, Suraj survives. So not quite able to get the final wicket here. The Saisia. And this time he's connected that one sweetly. And it's gone way back. It's onto the highway out here. A maximum for Suraj. Well, he is more than capable of hitting the long ball. And he's showing that once again. He is a very strong lad, isn't he? We have seen that before by Suraj. This time played along the ground. So very smart cricket this by Suraj. A six and then a single to give the strike back to the premium batsman Sundaraj. This time an appeal for a caught behind, but the umpire not interested. Well, how costly will that catch drop prove to be in the previous over? These are very crucial runs here for the USA Chargers. Once again, just past that outside edge. These two have added 12 for this last wicket already. So another dot to end the over at the end of 36. Now it is 229 for 9. So once again, Ishan Deshpande continuing. It's gone high up in the air. And once again, it will land safely. Will come back for the second as well. Well, Suraj knows only one way how to bat. And he is going after every single delivery now. Well, it's quite working out for him so far. He's moved on to 11 of the 6. Once again, wanting to get underneath that one. But in the end, played along the ground towards this leg side. And this time he's gone right through and he's done him. Well, it's Sundaraj who has to get out here. And the USA Chargers are bowled out here. An excellent delivery to close out the innings. Well, these two added 15 for that last wicket, 15 crucial runs. And the USA Chargers cleaned up for 232. They miss out in just 36.3 overs. And the target for the Saisia will be 233, and they will be pretty happy with the performance that they have put out with the ball. An excellent performance by Sohan Bhatia, doing bulk of the scoring out of this 232. And we will be back for the chase on the other side.
Hello. Check, check, check. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello.
Uh, what's her name? Amrita. Amrita is her name. And she's the only girl who's playing this tournament. Has played all the matches, performed really well. And then she was a part of Under 19 World Cup from England. And what else you have played? Can you just tell me your background? Like from you was a part of Under 19 World Cup from England, and what else? Okay. ठीक है ये फ्रेम लेते हैं मैं इधर करूँ
How many questions have you? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Cool.
ask her about the tournament. How was it?
Hi Amrita, welcome to the Global Youth Cricket League. How has your experience been so far in this tournament?
Yeah, it's been really good. It's been a really good standard, and it's been quite nice to play some matches because in England it's the winter season, so we've been indoors. So yeah, it's quite nice to see some sun and play outdoors.
So from Manchester Originals to the PJ Hindu Gymkhana, how has your experience been? Is it similar playing against the girls, or is it a bit more difficult against the boys, or how does it work?
I mean, it's slightly different because obviously the boys are slightly stronger, a bit quicker, but you know it's all valuable experiences, and it's just learning to adapt to. And I also think coming from England to India, where services and conditions are different, that also plays a factor. But yeah, it's just learning to adapt to it, and it's all good experiences, like I said.
So 233 in this game. Do you think it is chaseable?
Yeah, I definitely think it's chaseable. You know, it's quite a small ground, and the pitch looks quite good. So we've got a really strong batting lineup as well. So I just think if we play sensibly, play well, we'll chase it down. Hopefully.
All right, all the best for the chase.
Thank you.
You want any more questions?
No, no, all good. Perfect. Thank you.
Right then, we are back here for the chase. The target 233 for the Saisia. And they start off with a wide delivery, Aman. Aman, who has taken 11 wickets in this tournament so far, 11 wickets in 4 games. He's been totally outstanding throughout. And how would he love to add a few more today? Up against the Saisia here, trying to defend this total. Well, consecutive wides to start off with. Very unlike him. And this time played past the fielder at slip, and he will beat the fielder out there at third man. So a boundary of the very first legitimate delivery of the innings. Aryan getting in on the act straight away. Already 6 on the board after the first delivery. A superb start this for the Saisia. Once again, another wide by Aman. Well, this is very unlike him. That's the third wide of the over already. He's bowled just the one legitimate delivery. Just not quite able to get his radar right. This time nicely defended. So the first dot delivery of the innings. That might get Aman going. Well, he's got 11 wickets in just 4 games. A very good strike rate as well. He's not bowled the 8 overs completely usually. Just the one game in which he got the full quota of 8 overs. Once again, a very good delivery. A swing and a miss on that occasion. Well, they need some wickets up front here. The USA Chargers, if they want to give themselves any chance in this game, because 233 does not look like it's enough. A flat batting track should be easy to get those runs. But they need to bolt in the correct areas here, especially Aman and Suraj. Another dot delivery. This time couldn't quite get the connection that he wanted. So 5 dots to end the over at the end of the first. Now it is 7 without a wicket. just like it has been so far in this tournament. Suraj continuing in this second over. Well, they did not have the similar batting pair, but they have the similar bowling pair. And even he, just like Aman, starts off with a wide up against Prachit Amkar on strike for the first time in this game. Once again, just leaves it alone, but this time inside the tram line. This time a swing and a miss. Well, wanting to get some quick runs here, wanting to start on this front foot. And this time he's played that one in the gap. An excellent shot. He gets a boundary, Prachit. Superbly timed and placed. And that will give him a lot of confidence. Superbly hit along the ground on that occasion. So how does Suraj respond here? And once again he's found that gap, but this time there is protection out there. Ishan collecting that one. This time will be a wide up against the new batter for Suraj. Aryan on that occasion. Aryan got off the mark with a boundary, but 5 dot deliveries after that. That should be another wide, and it is. Plenty of wides already given away. Just the 9 runs coming off the bat, and 6 wides have been bowled already by the pair up front, Aman and Suraj. And that's the 7th wide of the innings now. Well, it's turning out to be a very long over. Once again, this time flick on the leg side, and Advik is present there, just a single. and brings Prachit back on strike. Well, looking for an early breakthrough here. The USA Chargers in desperate need of wickets. And it's a shorter delivery and a top edge. And it goes flying over the wicketkeeper and the slip cordon and into the fence once again. That's the second boundary of the over. An expensive one by Suraj. And at the end of the second over now, it is 21 without a wicket. An excellent start this for the Saisia. Well, a very crucial encounter this for both the sides. Important to win this game to get an opportunity to play it in the third and fourth place. Once again, it's played in the gap. That's three back-to-back boundaries. This time beating Karan Anand. An excellent drive once again. 14 coming off that one, and at the end of the third now it is 35 without a wicket. This time it struck the pad and is given by the umpire. The umpire not hesitating at all to raise his finger. And an early breakthrough here. Well, he's done the damage though. Getting those quick runs here. And he has to take the long walk back to the pavilion now. 35 for 1. Suraj striking in his second over. Well, they need less than 200 now. But they wouldn't have been wanting to lose an early wicket. So in comes Amruta at number 3, the only female cricketer in this tournament. Well, she has a lot of background coming into this one. She has played for the England under 19 side and also the Manchester Originals. And great to see such an international player coming up here on this stage. Well, she bowled really well for 3 overs and fielded extremely well. Now up against Suraj. And she just leaves that one alone. Once again, outside that off stump. So, what does Amruta have up her sleeve? Coming in here at number 3, a talented young batsman. This time up against Aman. And she plays it back down the ground towards the fielder at mid off. This time just past that outside edge. Aman cannot believe how has that one missed. This time nicely played and she's found the gap. And an excellent shot for a boundary. Amruta in on the act now. Superbly placed, showing the class that she possesses. Beating the fielder outside, inside the circle. This time nicely defended back. Well, continuing to get her eye in, playing with that straight bat. And this time getting across for a quick single, and Karan couldn't quite gather that one in time. And they get across. So a single taken, and she will keep the strike at the end of the 5th. Now it is 42 for 1. So Suraj continuing in this over number 6. And once again an outside edge. And it's taken this time. It will carry. And Amruta has to depart. Just the 1-4 for her. And she departs here for 5. A thick outside edge. And Suraj gets his second. Nicely taken there by the fielder. Out there at slip. Abdur Rahman on that occasion. And it's 42 for 2 now in the 6th over. So in comes Ayush at number 4. Well, they needed a couple of early wickets and they've got those. Although the current rate has been very high, going in more than 8s at the moment. This time nicely defended by Ayush. Well, the USA Chargers will be aware that they need all 10 wickets if they want to give themselves a chance to win this game. Because the asking rate is less than a run a ball. This time played straight to the fielder, Karan on that occasion. Once again, nicely defended. Well, this has been superb by Suraj, getting a wicket of the first delivery of his second over and now a wicket of his first delivery of his third. And keeping things nice and tidy as well for the USA Chargers. And this time played nicely past the slip cordon, just opening the face of the bat and gets a single towards the third man fielder. Once again driving that one, and he finds the fielder out there in the deep. So at the end of the 6th over, now it is 44 for 2. And this time he finds the gap, Ayush. An excellent shot. In fact, Prachit once again. An excellent shot through the offside. And Aman is proving to be very expensive here today. It's very unlike him. None for 31 now for him in his 3.1. And this time a short delivery and picked up. And picked up ever so well on this leg side. All the way it goes. It's onto the roof. Up above the commentary box here. And a 6 followed by a 4. And that 6 will also bring up the 50 for the Saisia. 54 for 2 in just 6.2 overs. An outstanding innings this so far by Prachit. A much better line on that occasion by Aman. Well, Prachit is looking very dangerous and the USA Chargers would want to see his back as soon as possible. Otherwise, he will just run away with this game. And this time he struck the pad and appeal, but maybe a inside edge onto the pad. And back-to-back dot deliveries now for Aman. Once again shot, and once again pulled away, and once again pulled away all the way. Another maximum. He's just running away with this one. Just not been Aman's day so far. 16 of the over already. Still one more to come. And Prachit is enjoying himself out there. Cut away ever so well once again. Another classical shot. This time a square cut. And he's just raced on to 47. 47 of this 19. Striking at more than 230 at the moment. Well, it seems like he wants to get it done very quickly here. And this time a thick inside edge. And he's beaten the fielder out there at fine leg. Another boundary, and that will be his half century. 51 of just 20 deliveries. What a blistering innings this has been so far. And it seems like he's just not done yet. He wants to keep going after every single delivery. This is one of the fastest half centuries in this tournament. And Prachit is just running away with his game here. And this time played on the offside, but Ishan will cut that one off. A rare single for Prachit. Once again driven, and he's beaten the fielder out there. No chance out there for Ishan. Very difficult to stop that one. And this time a boundary of the bat of Ayush. That's the third boundary of the over once again. Proving to be very expensive on this over, Suraj. 14 of it already. What an outstanding power play it has been. Still one more to come. And he's nudged this one away. And Yuvan does really well to stop that one. So a dot to end the over. 14 coming off that one. And at the end of the 8th over, now it is 79 for 2 for the Saisia. Straight away after the end of the power play, Karan Anand says he's seen enough and wants to have a bowl himself. And nicely driven by Prachit, finds the fielder out there in the deep. So what can the spin of Karan Anand provide here? Well, they need to break this partnership first of all, and they desperately need the wicket of Prachit. This time swept by Ayush. Another boundary. It's raining boundaries at the moment here at the PJ Hindu Gymkhana. Superbly struck once again, playing that one along the ground. And now the less than 150 as well. Just the 149 more required. And it seems like it's going to be another difficult outing out here for the USA Chargers. This time played down the ground. Another single taken. And this time Prachit defends it. Very unlike him so far. And this time a leading edge, well, won't quite carry to the fielder. Once again cut away and once again straight to the fielder Advik on that occasion. So 3 dots to end the over at the end of the 9th. Now it is 85 for 2. So the USA Chargers trying something new. It's going to be Soham Arora to continue here for the very first time in this tournament. The right arm medium pacer. What does he have up his sleeve? Well, the wicketkeeper will be back for the medium pacer. Not quite right up at the stumps. And he starts superbly well. He's gone right through Ayush. And that's the third wicket, and they've broken this partnership. Well, what an exquisite start this for Soham Arora. A wicket out of nothing. And they need quite a few more here. 85 for 3 now, the size here. So in comes Sai Sanil at number 5, the captain himself. And he joins Prachit out there in the middle. Prachit, who is looking extremely good. 53 of just 25 for him, striking at more than 200 still. And for the first time, we see a left-handed batsman in this game. Once again, superbly bowled by Soham. Well, where was he hiding all this while in this tournament? An excellent start for him in his first 2 deliveries. First castling the batter, and now very close to finding the outside edge. This time nicely defended. Well, the asking rate has gone below 5 as well. Just the 4.85 more. This time wanting to knock it on the leg side, but it's gone right through. And that might hurt a little. This time a wide delivery. So the first run conceded by Soham Arora. And he won't be happy at all that it's come off a wide. Well, you might say one more wicket here for the USA Chargers, and the game might be very much in the balance once again. At the moment, the size here slightly in front, especially with Prachit still out there. This time tucked away on the leg side, finds the fielder out there in the deep. A deep backward square leg, Aditya Narayanan on that occasion, and he gets a single. So gets off the mark 2 of his 4th delivery. And in comes Prachit on strike once again. So how does Prachit approach his innings from here on? And it struck the pad. And they should be able to come back for the second. Well, they decide against it in the end. So just a single of the last delivery of the over. Just the three of it and a wicket by Soham Arora. Exceptional in the end. And at the end of the 10th now it is 88 for 3. Karananand continuing. And Prachit has been kept quiet for the last few deliveries. And he must be itching to go. And he sweeps. And he sweeps it behind square. Suraj is running after it. The chase is on. And he's beaten him. It's gone away to the fence. Another boundary here for Prachit. Well, Suraj not quite able to get across. He is a very tall man. But the ball winning the race in the end. Very difficult to keep that one in. This time hit straight to Soham Arora. This time just nudged on the leg side. Gets across for an easy single. This time wanting to cut that one away, but finds Suraj. Bowling to the field on that occasion, Karan. And once again played along the ground on this leg side, and he's placed that one in the gap ever so well. And a boundary for the captain Sai. And an expensive over in the end by Karan Anand. At the end of the 11th now it is 97 for 3. So Soham continuing here. And a swing and a miss by Prachit. Pretty rare from him. And this time played up his chance of a catch. And what a catch that is! It's the captain himself, Karan Anand. And Prachit departs. That's a huge wicket. And that's the second one for Soham as well. Prachit, who was really well set and playing those big shots, has to depart now. 59 of 32. And what an exceptional take by the captain, Karan Anand. And it's 97 for 4 now. And they are right back into this one here, the USA Chargers. Rudra comes in here at number 6. Rudra, who bowled really well early on, has now a job to do with the bat. Well, they need a partnership now. The Saisia in a spot of bother here. 136 still more required. Just the 6 wickets left. And Soham, a surprise package out here amongst the wickets. 2 for 3 in his 1.5 overs. This time played straight to Yuan. This time he leaves it alone. Well, it has been an outstanding spell so far by Soham. A total wildcard entry this with the ball. And once again, nicely defended. So a maiden wicket for Soham Arora. And at the end of the 12th now, it is 97 for 4. So Karan Anand continuing here. 2 overs, none for 15. And this time cut, but straight to the fielder. And well, Sai holds the key here in this chase. This time played along the ground towards the deep mid wicket fielder. Will only get a single. This time he leaves it alone. Well, he was tempted to drive on that occasion. Rudra. This time played down the ground and a single taken. And this time a leading edge chance of a catch, maybe Sundaraj getting across, but it's landed safely and the ball in the end just trickles away to the fence as well. That boundary will also bring up the 100 for the Saisia. 103 for 4 now after 12.5. And Karan Anand will feel himself as a very unlucky man. He thought that he should have got the opposition captain, but instead it's gone away for a 4. So the captain versus captain, not quite working out in the favor of Karan. This time a wide down the leg side. Once again played back to the bowler. So at the end of the 13th now, it is 104 for 4. Soham continuing here, the surprise package. And cut nicely. And cut away for a boundary by Rudra. Gets his first boundary. Beautifully placed in the end. And the first boundary conceded by Soham. Well, Soham conceded just the 3 runs in his first 2 overs and conceded 4 of his first delivery of his third. And that will spoil his figures somewhat. Well, Sundaraj just passing on a message here for Karan. This time a wide down the leg side. Well, they have conceded a plenty of extras so far, the USA Chargers. This time just knocked on the offside, but straight to Karan. Once again, just wanting to knock that one on the offside for a single, but straight to the man out there at point. Once again, played back to the bowler. So an excellent comeback after conceding the boundary. 4 dots. After that, 4 and a wide. And once again, he drives, and once again, Karan cuts that one off. Another dot. So 5 dots to end the over. An excellent over once again by Soham. Just the 5 of it at the end of the 14th now. It is 109 for 4. In fact, there's one more delivery still left. Well, another dot. So it is 5 dots eventually. And at the end of the 14th, now it is 109 for 4. Karan Anand continuing here. Once again, captain to captain. This time just past that outside edge. And this time picked up. And picked up all the way. Once again, it's onto the highway. A huge 6 this one. Well, the left-handers have enjoyed at this ground, hitting it towards that highway side. And a maximum. And that will release all the pressure that was put up by Soham in the previous over. Making up for those dot deliveries. And it's the batting captain who is turning out to be on top here. Well, they've got exactly half of what the USA Chargers had scored. 117 more required from here on. And trying to keep things easy. And once again played uppishly, this time out there towards the fielder at long gone. And he gets the single. Well, they need a wicket here desperately, the USA Chargers. Because once again, the game is just running away from them. Once again, just past the outside edge. Well, Rudra seems to be struggling out there. 5 of 14 now. And maybe it is time for him to get going. And this time cut, and he's beaten the fielder. And the ball will race away to the boundary. So a boundary for Rudra with a misfield that should have been stopped. But 4 welcome runs off his bat. And at the end of the 15th now, it is 121 for 4. So Soham is continuing. Once again, just pushed away on the offside for a single. And this time driven by Rudra. And it's played beautifully in the gap. That's an exceptional shot by Rudra. Well, he was taking his time out there, and now he has got his eye in. An excellent cover drive. A shot he will be wanting to see over and over again. We are witnessing some outstanding talent out here in the world of cricket. This time played straight to Karan. Karan, who took that exceptional catch of Prachit. Once again, just nudged on the offside. Well, in pole position here now, the Saisia have given themselves more than a chance now. After losing that fourth wicket as well, this partnership worth 29 will be 30 with that one. Played towards the fielder out there at third man. And this time tucked away on the leg side. Once again a single taken. So at the end of the 16th now, it is 128 for 4. change in the bowling. It's going to be Ishan to continue. Ishan in this over number 17. So it's going to be the right arm off spinner up against the left-handed batter. Wanting to try and play against the angle. And straight away it's picked up. Well, he's enjoying himself out there. Once again, it's on to that highway. Another maximum for Sai. And Sai is turning the heat on for the Saisia. Once again, just picking that one up. A kind of a premeditated shot, you might feel. Just playing with the angle and playing with the spin. And now they need less than 100 as well. Just the 99 more required for the Saisia. This time bowls a wide delivery. This time cut away and Sundaraj will collect that one. That should be another wide, and it is. And once again, wanting to pick that one up. It's a leading edge, chance of a catch, and taken by Suraj. Safe pair of hands. And they have lost half their side now. Ishan gets his man. Well, once again, bowling that flighted delivery, asking him to go for the big swing towards the leg side. Smartly bowled in the end, a bit of a risk taken, and the reward is given towards the USA Chargers. And it is 5 down now, still 97 away from this target, and that's the big wicket of the captain's side. Now then, in comes Shreyas Sawant at number 7. Still 97 away from this target. Another 1 year for the USA Chargers, and they will be right in front. And this time almost carrying out there towards the fielder that's left. Yuan falling just short of him. Had he been even a half a step inside, and that would have carried, and it would have been 2-2 for Ishan. Well, he's turning the game around here, Ishan. This time he drives Shreyas. Well, these two need to stay at the crease now. Can't afford to lose any more wickets for now. Sixth wicket now. The Saisia losing their way in this chase. And right on top now, the USA Chargers. Well, a nothing shot in the end, and he'll be very disappointed. Will be Rudra. Departs here for 14, and it is 138 for 6 now, and in huge trouble now, the Saisia. So in comes Siddharth at number 8 with his side in huge trouble. Well, Siddharth, who took a wicket earlier on, the wicket of the centurion Sohan Bhatia, gets off the mark immediately, getting a couple of runs off his very first delivery. Well, these two need to stitch a partnership now. Two new batters at the crease, and a very ideal position this for the USA Chargers. They need to think 4 wickets. They need to just go for the attack and go for the kill. And this time just past the outside edge. Three for 16 for Soham. Well, Karan must be thinking, had he used him earlier on in the tournament, maybe things would have been much more different for them. This time played straight to the fielder, Ishan. This time just leaves it alone. Once again played straight to the fielder. So just the 2 runs of the over and a wicket. And at the end of the 18th now, it is 140 for 6. So Ishan continuing and trying to apply some pressure here on the Saisia. 93 still away from this target, 4 wickets in hand. And it seems like we are in for a cracker of a game here. Well, a low full toss, not quite dispatching that one. Once again, tries, once again, straight to the fielder. Once again, nicely bowled. And this time played along the ground, and he finds the boundary, a much needed boundary that for the Saisia. That will ease some pressure on them. But they are behind in this game now after that fast start in this chase. And this time very close to finding that outside edge. Continuing to apply that pressure, Ishan. This time it struck the pad and appeal, but the umpire says a bit too high, where it hit above the knee roll as well. So was always going to be in the favor of the batsman. At the end of the 19th, now it is 144 for 6. So Soham continuing in his 6th consecutive over now. 5 overs, 3 for 17 for him. He's been the game changer for the USA Chargers. So Soham is going to come around the wicket to the left-hander now. And nicely defended by Siddharth. Well, 89 more needed, and they can definitely do it in singles. 89 of 125 deliveries. The asking rate just a bit more than 4.27 at the moment. The asking rate is not the issue for them. The issue is the wickets. This time he drives along the ground, and the fielder collects that one. Advik on that occasion. This time defended off the back foot. Well, who would have thought that they would be playing cautiously up against Soham Arora, who has bowled in this tournament for the very first time and bowled exceptionally well. Once again punched off the back foot. Just the one run of the over so far. And this time picked up and picked up ever so well. That will go all the way. A maximum. That is some response out there by Shreyas. It was a slightly fuller length, and he's just picked that one up on the offside towards the backward point region, and all the way it goes. And that six will also bring up the 150 for the Saisia. 151 for six now after 19.5, going at an extremely good rate at 7.61 and over. And just the 82 more required from here on. So a good comeback by Soham. Finishes off with a dot at the end of the 20th. Now it is 151 for 6, 82 more required in the last 20. So Ishan continuing, and he starts off with a wide delivery. This time played back to Ishan. Playing this one down the ground. Will only get a single. Once again played on the offside. This time hit hard and once again fielded nicely. Another wide delivery. So the Whites can do it really easily for them. This time on the offside. This time drives it down the ground, takes another single, playing it sensibly at the moment, these two. Well, there's no need at all to take any risks. The asking rate is slightly below 4, just the 76 more required. And once again played back to the bowler. So a dot to end the over at the end of the 21st. Now it is 157 for 6. So Aditya Narayanan continuing here. Starts off with a couple of dot deliveries. And this time played on the offside. Will trying to play the off spinner. This time it's played perfectly. And the ball has gone fine enough for another boundary. And this time it's off the bat of Siddharth. Moves on to 9 of 13. Superbly placed in the end. And just the 72 more required now for the Saisia. Once again, the Saisia have just grown in this game. This partnership going along nicely and taking the game once again away from the USA Chargers. This time just past the outside edge. Once again played back on the offside. So just the 4 of the over at the end of the 22nd. Now it is 161 for 6. So Ishan continuing here, 3 overs, 1 for 20. And this time it struck the pad on appeal, but definitely angling down the leg side. Well, they need a wicket here desperately now. Do the USA Chargers. And this time driven. And driven straight to the fielder once again. So Aditya continuing. And he starts off with another dot delivery. Well, the dot delivery is not quite going to do the job here for the USA Chargers. They need to break this partnership. This partnership worth 33 now. And the game is just going away here. From the USA Chargers. And this time hit hard down the ground and he gets the single. These two are doing it nicely here for Saisia. This time wanting to cut that one away but misses out. This time played up and chance of a catch where it was a very difficult chance. But had that been taken, Saisia would have been in huge trouble. Almost carrying to the fielder there. Karan Anand, he's already taken one exceptional catch. That could have been another one. Very close. And Siddharth Bhosle survives. This time wanting to cut that one away. Once again, superbly bowled by Aditya, even up against the right-hander. So at the end of the 24th now, it is 171 for 6. So this time an appeal and it's been given. And they have finally broken this partnership. It's Karan Anand, the captain, who strikes. And they are 7 down now, the Saisia, just what the Chargers needed. Superbly bowled. And Siddharth Bhosle just did not have any answers to that one. And once again, a twist in this game. Still 62 away from this target. It's 171 for 7 now. So in comes Ishan Deshpande at number 9. Ishan Deshpande, who took 3 wickets early on, has a job to do with the bat now. Well, that wicket has just turned the equation once again in this game. Once again, just nudged on the offside. This time, the chase is on. Advik is after it. And he gets across. A couple of runs will be added to the total. Well, what an outstanding game this is turning out to be. Well, we have seen quite a few one-sided games so far in this tournament. But this one is a totally different ball game from here on. A game of nerves. This time played on the offside. In fact, the leg side. Well, the idea to go with the ball himself, Karan Anand, working out straight away of his very first delivery. Now can he get another one? Can they get the wicket of Shreyas? That will really put the game beyond Saisia. And this time cut away ever so well. It's in the gap and it's gone away to the boundary. A superb shot and a much needed one this. Once again, a boundary will just release some pressure here for the Saisia and edge them closer to the target. Just the 55 more required now. Playing that one smartly. So a dot to end the over at the end of the 25th. Now it is 178 for 7. So surprisingly, Aditya continuing. Well, you would expect him to be off the attack since the left-handed batsman is out. But the captain wanting to continue with him. And he's doing a decent enough job here. 2.10 was none for 6, keeping things tight and trying to apply some pressure. This time played slightly uppishly, but once again fielded by Karan. This time it struck the pad. Well, after an inside edge though. This time tucked on the leg side. Takes the single. Well, the game evenly poised now. 54 runs, 3 wickets. The USA Chargers will be happy that they have found themselves in this position. Once again, a huge appeal, big shout. But they will get across for another single. Just the one more delivery left in this over, and only one of it. 2 of it, including that leg by. And it will stay at 2. So at the end of the 26th now, it is 180 for 7. Karan Anand continuing. Wanting to search for wicket number 8. And this time going for a big swing. Shreyas. Well, he needs to stick around there. Can't really afford to do anything silly. This time played nicely along the ground. This time just leaves that one. Still 52 away from this target. And wanting to stick around these two. Once again, superbly bowled by the captain Karan, and a dot to end the over. At the end of the 27th now, it is 181 for 7. So Aditya continuing here after this drinks break. 52 from 77, the equation. 3 wickets remaining. And the game continues to be very much in the balance. Still can't pick out a winner of these two. Nothing separating the two sides. Once again, superbly bowled by Aditya. And now Ishan wanting to have a word with Shreyas. And this time he's picked this one up. And he's got the boundary. One bounce into the fence. Superbly struck. And 4 much needed runs. Superbly struck down the ground. And now they need less than 50 more. Well, Shreyas needs to get these runs down as quickly as possible before other batters come in. And once again, he's beaten the fielder inside the circle. And the ball will trickle away to the fence. Back-to-back boundaries for Saisia and Shreyas. He is playing out a very important hand here. And once again, the Saisia are nudging slightly in front in this game now. 44 more required with these 3 wickets in hand. Well, it seems like the discussion in the drinks break was to try and get those boundaries and chop these runs down. And it's working out for them at the moment. And he goes big this time. Chance of a catch. And it's gone right through. Well, Suraj couldn't quite judge that one because the sun was right towards him. And it's gone right through him, and it's a maximum. And it will bring it down to just 38 more needed. Well, that was a very risky stroke by Shreyas. He could have been caught there, and that could have been curtains for the Saisia, but instead, they are much, much ahead in this game now. Just the 38 more required. A huge over, 14 of it already. Once again nudged, and nudged perfectly in the gap once again. Another boundary. He's just running away with this game here, Shreyas. Just the 34 more required now. 18 coming off that one. And that will do a huge dent to the chances. And at the end of the 38th over, 28th over now, it is 199 for 7. Anand continuing here, and he needs a desperate wicket desperately here. Just the 34 more required. And he needs to strike here, Karan Anand. Otherwise, this game will just run away from them. Well, it already has most of it. And this time a huge appeal and given. Well, another twist. This game has so many ups and downs. Another one gone. That's exactly what he needed, Karan. That's his second one. And Ishan Deshpande, who took 3 wickets earlier on, departs here for a very low score. And it is 199 for 8 now. Still 34 away from this target. Well, what a crunch situation this is in the game now. 34 runs and 2 wickets. Well, it just had to be Karan who had to strike. The captain himself leading from the front and doing the job for his side. How would he love another one here? And once again, the game is right in the balance. And this time nudged away on the leg side. Not quite taking the single. This time a swing and a miss. And this time cut away, and that will sting a bit. Well, that was hit really hard. And it somehow caught the feet of the slip fielder there. And he will need some attention out here now. For him today, bowling for the very first time in this tournament. And how has he bowled? He has been a wild card entry for the USA Chargers. And he would be wanting to add another one up against Arav. And straight away just past the outside edge. Well, feeling the pressure now, the Saisia. Well, that 18 run over really shifted the momentum, but then that wicket once again just pulling things back here in the favor of the USA Chargers. Once again, superbly bowled. Well, Shreyas holding the key here in this chase. 38 of 35 for him. And this time, superbly played by Araf, taking that single and giving the strike back to Shreyas, doing his job perfectly. So, what does Soham do now up against Shreyas? Does Shreyas go for the big shots once again? Well, he got 18 of the over just after the drinks break. And a couple of boundaries here once again will put the match right back in the favor of the Saisia. This time defended off the back foot. Well, waiting for those bad deliveries. And this time it's driven and driven ever so well. That will go away to the boundary. Well, exactly what he needed. And that will release a lot of pressure once again. This time an exquisite cover drive. And that will give him a lot of confidence as well to try and get his team over the line here. Just the 29 more needed now. One more delivery left in this over. And 5 coming off it. Well, whom does Karan turn to in the next over? He's got options. He's got Suraj and Aman left as well. And this time, an excellent delivery, a dot to end the over. So that will keep Arav on strike at the end of the 30th. Now 205 for 8. So Karan is into his final over and once again very close to finding the outside edge. Well, they're desperate to get this wicket number 9 here. Another wicket here will put the USA Chargers right on top. And a couple of boundaries will put the Saisia in the driver's seat. This time wanting to sweep that one. Well, Shreyas will not be impressed at all with what Arav is trying out there. It was a delivery down the leg side for sure, but it's a bit risky. And he gets away with the wide. And this time he drives and drives out there in the deep. And this time Shreyas has picked this one up. The fielder is getting around, but it won't quite carry to him. Very unfortunate there for Karan. It was played straight down the ground. And the long off fielder in the end was slightly too wide. And he gets away. Shreyas gets a single on that occasion. Brings the equation down to just 25 more needed. This time played uppishly, but in the gap by Arav. Doing it sensibly now. Getting some crucial runs for his side. Well, this is the advantage when you start off in the power play with those boundaries and sixes, that innings by Prachit really making the difference between the two sides. They can do it calmly in singles. But the issue with playing that quick is the wickets as well. The wickets column losing 8 of them, which has put them under pressure here. Well, such is the game of cricket. Another single taken on that occasion. So the last delivery now for Karan. Final delivery of his spell, and he won't quite get the wicket. It will be a dot. So he finishes his spell at 8 overs 2 for 48, and at the end of the 31st now, it is 210 for 8. Soham is going to continue into his final over now. 7 overs 3 for 29. Can he get another year for his side? Played straight to Suraj on this occasion by Shreyas. Well, Shreyas needs to keep the strike as much as possible for himself. He's on 44 of just 41, and just the 23 more required. And once again played fine. And it beats the fielder. It goes away to the fence. An excellent placement in the end. And now they need less than 20, just the 19 more needed. And they are inching closer and closer here, the Saisia. And Shreyas moves on to 48 as well. Playing an outstanding hand out here. So how does Soham respond now after that boundary? It has been an outstanding chase this by the Saisia. Getting those runs down quickly. And this time he defends it. And this time he hits it hard. And it's gone just over him. That was the big chance for the USA Chargers. And that will be his half century as well, Shreyas. He's survived for the second time on that occasion. Well, first it was Suraj. And once again, just over the head. And another maximum. Well, in fact, it's been given as a 4 by the umpire. It didn't quite carry the distance. And now just 15 more needed. Well, maybe a couple of steps behind. He was slightly inside the fielder out there at third man. And once again, he defends it with just 15 more needed. And a couple of boundaries coming in this over. Well, they need a wicket right now. Do the USA Chargers. And how would they love a wicket of Shreyas? But he's just going to play it along the ground. Suraj will cut that one off, and a single taken will keep the strike as well. At the end of the 32nd, now it is 219 for 8, just the 14 more needed. So Ishan continuing here, just past the outside edge. Well, 4.1 overs, 1 for 28 for him. Well, they need a wicket desperately in this over now. A wicket here once again just gets them back into this one. And on the other hand, the Saisia will be hoping to not do anything silly. Shreyas at the moment 53 of just 46. Moves on to 54 with that one. Takes the single and brings the equation down to just 13 more needed. So it brings Arav on strike. So an opportunity for Ishan up against Arav and a huge appeal. But the umpire not interested. Well, they are desperate to get the ninth wicket here, the USA Chargers. They need it. It's now or never for them. Can Ishan deliver the goods? This time Arav defends. Playing it as a top order batter. Just keeping the ball away from the stumps. What an outstanding game of cricket this. Once again, a superb delivery by Ishan, just taking off after the bounce. And once again, very quick Sohan to whip the bails off, but he never left his ground there. And once again, wanting to drive, and he couldn't quite get through him. So that will end the over, just the one run of it at the end of the 33rd. Now it is 220 for 8. So Karan has gone back to his premium fast bowler Suraj. 4 overs 2 for 32. He took a couple of wickets early on and he needs to add a couple more to his tally for his side. And straight away a thick outside edge. And no slip fielder out there on this occasion gets the single towards third man Shreyas. And it brings Arav on strike up against Suraj. Maybe an opportunity here for the USA Chargers. Well, a couple of good deliveries. That's all. That's all what he needs here, Suraj. And a couple of good shots for the Saisia will also do it. Once again, a big opportunity. 5 deliveries left in this over. And an opportunity up against Arav, who is playing the survival ball at the moment. 4 of 15 for him. This time played on the offside. A bit of a misfield by Karan. They are getting across and they make it quite comfortably. Well, how costly will that prove to be? Because it's taken Arav off strike and in comes Shreyas back on strike. This time the captain himself with the misfield. Once again, superbly bowled. Well, just the 11 more needed. He can do it in a couple of shots here, Shreyas, if he has the confidence. Well, he's picked this one up and has gone over the wicket keeper. And the third man fielder is extremely fine, so it will just be a single and will bring the target down to just 10 more needed. Doing it nicely here, the Saisia. And once again, just past that outside edge, an excellent delivery once again to close it out. So at the end of the 34th now, 223 for 8, 10 more required with 2 wickets remaining. Surprise, no Aman yet. It's going to be Ishan to continue. 1 for 29 in his 5 and a shorter delivery and he's missed out there. Shreyas, he would feel that was an opportunity to get those runs down, but instead it's gone straight to the fielder. So still 10 needed. Can he get that magical delivery here, Ishan, to get Shreyas out? Well, it's a miscued shot. It's high in the air. Chance of a catch. And he's taken it. Another twist. My word, what's happening out there? There was no need at all there for Shreyas to go for that one. He couldn't quite get the middle of the bat. And that's the 9th one down. And that's not only the 9th wicket down. It's the big wicket of Shreyas, who departs here. And still 10 more needed. 223 for 9 now after 34.2. Now then, in comes Rajveer at number 11. So the number 10 and 11 batting, 10 still more required for the size here. What does Ishan do now? Or what does Rajveer do? Well, he's more than capable of playing with the bat. And this time gone right through. What a tight contest this one. For the first time in this tournament. And once again, just past the outside edge. What an excellent delivery once again by Ishan. And once again played back on the offside. So 3 dots. And still one more to come. Rajveer just keeping it away at the moment. Well, how do they get these 10 runs? That is the question. On the other hand, Shreyas will be kicking himself inside the pavilion. And once again, it's gone right through. And Rajveer survives. So at the end of the 35th, now 223 for 9. Still 10 more needed with the last wicket. Going to be Suraj to continue with just the 10 more needed. And Suraj up against Arav. Arav just defends that one. Waiting for the bat delivery. Well, they have 29 deliveries to get down these 10 runs. And can't afford to take any risks at all. Once again played straight to the fielder. This time he just leaves it alone. Well, the USA Chargers won't mind that at all if the game continues to stay at 223 for 9. And at the moment, RF trying to take this game deep. RF 5 runs of 20 deliveries, and Rajveer yet to get over the mark. He's faced the 4 deliveries. A very crunch situation this for the tail. And this time he's dug that one out. And the fielder gets across. Ishan does extremely well to stop that one. That was a certain boundary. And he saved 3 important runs for his side. And he gets the single, and now they need in single digits. Just the 9 more needed. Can they do it sensibly here, these two, Rajveer and Arav? Or does Suraj go right through Rajveer? Well, it's almost like the tallest player on the field up against the shortest one. And he's defended that one ever so nicely there, Rajveer. And big cheers from the crowd as well. From the Saisia dugout. Well, this is what makes players into cricketers. It's the mental toughness that is to be seen. Well, maybe an overhead wide. Well, not quite so. Not quite given by the leg umpire. So a dot to end the over, and Rajveer survives once again. 9 still required at the end of the 36. It is 224 for 9. So Ishan continuing. Ishan 2 for 29 in a 6.1. Very nervy out there at the moment for both these sides. Once again, superbly bowled. He's beating the batter on every single occasion out there. And Arav Gupta, well, he's faced 23 deliveries by now, but still struggling. Just the 6 runs for him. He needs to get one away here for his side. They are not quite getting those singles. And this time he's gone for it. And he's picked it up. And it's gone all the way. And he's pulled everything back here. Just the 3 more needed now. Where has that one come from? It's Arav Gupta. Straight down the ground. A fuller length by Ishan. For the first time he's missed that length. And it's been dispatched ever so well by Arav. And now just a hit away here, the Saisia. How does Ishan respond to that one? Well, he defends it now, Arav. Once again, does he go for the big one and try and finish it off in this over? Or does he just try to nudge it around and take the single and keep it away from Rajveer? Well, nerves of steel, absolutely. And this time he's found the gap. And the ball is racing away. Well, the chase is on. They're coming back for the second. The scores are level for sure. And they're coming back for the third as well, running for the throw. And that will be the game. And they have done it. The Saisia have won this game by just one wicket with 19 balls to spare. What an outstanding innings in the end here by Arav, getting those crucial 15 runs and getting his side over the line. And once again, the USA Chargers fall short in this game. How unfortunate, a very close encounter this. And nerves of steel in the end by Arav Gupta, getting his side home. A superb game in the end. And the Saisia are victorious. And the USA Chargers will be playing out for the 5th and the 6th place tomorrow when they come out to play. Well, so that was it from this game, and we will be back for the presentation in a short while from now.
उसने वो सिक्स मारा ना खत्म जाएगा
Hello, hello, hello. Mic check, mic check. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, mic check, mic check, mic check. Hello, hello, mic check, mic check, mic check. Hello, mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check. Hello, 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 hello. आया क्या? बैनर कहीं में ही था. फिर से जाता हूँ मैं. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, सुरेंद्र भाई. आया? एक ही माइक से क्या दूसरे माइक से भी चेक करूं? एक माइक से चेक किया दूसरे माइक से भी करूं क्या? इस माइक से चेक किया.
मैं जब तू माइक लेके उनके पास ही रह जब तेरे को मालूम पड़ा कि बैटरी लो या कुछ गड़बड़ है तो मैं तेरे को फोन करूँगा फटाक से ये चेंज कर
Hello, hello.
A very good evening. A very good evening, everyone. Welcome. Guess who do I have with me? India's Under 19 World Cup winner, Mr. Harmeet Singh, and also representing the United States of America, currently a total legend with me. He is also the co-owner of this tournament, the Global Youth Cricket League, along with Mr. Pash Bhatia. Well, Harmeet, what do you think about this tournament? How did it shape up?
Well, it's going so far so good, and the plan, what we the vision, what we thought of, and uh, coming out, watching it live, my own memories of playing in the Maidan, and giving the USA kids and even Mumbai kids that opportunity to play on the Maidans of Mumbai, and having that bringing out that street smart abilities of players, and you know uh, and December being the best time of the year also, so I think everything matched, and thanks to my partner Pash, to making this happen, and it's a teamwork, and then everybody out here, even Pristine Sports has helped us a lot. So I think it's all in all, whatever we see here as the product, I feel it, whatever we thought of, we've put it out there, and very happy.
All right, a question for you, Pash. Well, any particular reason why you had to keep this in India, and what is your plan in the future for this?
Well, this tournament, we decided to do it in India. Couple of reasons. One is back home in the US, our infrastructure is still coming up. While we have some good infrastructure, the Maidans of Mumbai is something that we have a calling for. We thought of setting up this platform for Global Youth Cricket League and for the boys from US and some of the kids in the UK as well. That's one. Second is the competition here is amazing. As we all know, cricket is in the blood of people out here in India, and especially in Mumbai. So that was the other reasons we wanted to host the tournament in Mumbai.
What did you make the performances that were made by the USA Chargers so far in this tournament?
Very good. I think today also, as you saw, is a very close game, and as rightly mentioned by Pash, also, Mumbai kids are very hard to beat. It's almost instilled in our blood that losing is not an option. So I think the Mumbai boys again closed out a very close game, and held their nerve. So that's the learning. What the USA Chargers would want to take back, and learn how to finish off close games, and learn how to uh, you know uh, also, like, keep the pressure on till the last minute. I think they let the pressure a little bit, and then when you give any of the Mumbai teams an opportunity to sneak in, they always come back. So that's something, culturally they will learn, hopefully soon, and they will come back stronger.
All right, thank you so much for this tournament. It has been an amazing one, and we hope for another excellent day tomorrow and maybe more in the future. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, it was a good.
Do you think that's something that you want to rectify in your game?
I think it was just like execution errors. I think also I was a little like fatigued and stuff. So I think the options were there. I play that shot very often. It just didn't come off those last 2 days.
Did you think that you should have had a bit more support from the other end? You had kept on losing partners every now and then.
Yeah, I think one or two partnerships in the middle would have got us to a much higher score. Especially it's a flat wicket. The boundaries are shorter. Like 260, 270 would be par. But it's okay. It happens, and we were able to bring some other partnerships later in the innings and get to 240 at least.
All right, once again, an outstanding performance. All the best for tomorrow. Next, I would like to call upon the coach of Saisia. Could he come up, please? Hi, welcome. Congratulations on the victory today. What did you make of this tournament so far?
Tournament, I think it's a fantastically organized tournament, and thanks to the pristine boys, pristine coaches. In fact, they have put in a lot of effort because to organize such a tournament in Mumbai with single grounds and facilities that are provided is awesome. I mean, you don't get it on a regular basis here, and the format itself, it's superb, so that every team gets six opportunities, and to showcase their talent and to bat in various situations, bat or bowl in various situations. So hats off to the organizing team and global forum to put in their hard work and effort to make this tournament a successful tournament, which is already it is a success. And I think it will help the boys big time, big time. Fantastic.
Do you think that your team could have won in a much more comfortable situation today compared to what happened?
I think every game we thought our team could have won comfortably, but mainly see, batsman's job is to win matches for the team, and it's not the lower order. It's high time that the batsmen uh, take that responsibility and win the matches for their team on their own, rather than giving the chance to lower order batsmen. One or two games here and there, I can understand, but when you have a longer format of a tournament, a 40 over game and so many matches happening, I think, and on better wickets. It's not that it's played on poor wickets, it's played all on good wickets. So it's the job of batsmen. Of course, there are fantastic bowling efforts also, but it's high time the batsmen take that responsibility, because that's what they're practicing and playing for. Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations on the victory today and all the best for tomorrow. Thank you so much. Well, next I would like to call upon the man of the match. Well, first I would like to invite Mr. Harmeet Singh, who will give away the man of the match award. And the man of the match goes to Ishan Deshpande for taking those wickets. He will be getting the man of the match award from Mr. Harmeet Singh, the co-owner of the Global Youth Cricket League. Well, Ishan, bowling with the new ball once again, is it a habit for you now?
Yeah, I mean it's a habit for me, and it was a good experience to bowl on this ground because the wicket is also good and the ground is also good. So yeah.
So the USA Chargers today came out all guns blazing. They were going right from the word go. So how do you prepare yourself mentally to try and take those wickets? Because when someone is trying to hit you for 4 and 6s, you just try to eventually defend. So how do you plan to take those wickets?
No, I mean I just wanted to take wickets from the start. That was my mindset, and I was just bowling a bit shorter because when I was bowling a fuller length, they were hitting me. So I was just varying with the length. So yeah.
All right, outstanding performance today and all the best for tomorrow. Thank you so much. Well, so that was it from day number 5 in the Global Youth Cricket League. We will be back tomorrow for the finals. Until then, goodbye.